is the new time, is the one, is the new time, is the one, is the one, show. Is the new time, is the one, is the new time, is the one, right there.
I'm Arcadia major and I play all positions, but I do really enjoy jamming. I decided to join Grand Raggidy Roller Derby because I've always had a strong interest in the sport, and moving to Grand Rapids, I finally found my footing to join the team, thanks to another friend that I met on the team that encouraged me to come join, and I am absolutely glad I did. My favorite aspect of roller derby is the fact that it is a well-rounded, supportive group. Everybody is welcome to join. It's very inclusive to everyone, and it's just a great way to get yourself out there and to make sure that you're giving your body the energy that it needs. It's just an all-around centered sport on compassion, but with a lot of grit and sweat to it as well. I would recommend Grand Raggidy Roller Derby because you are going to love every second of being out there on the track and on your skates. It's hard, it's challenging, you fall down, but when you get back up again, you feel that much better. You can join Grand Raggidy Roller Derby by following us on Facebook or checking out our website. We have different dates throughout the year where we start basic training, and when you reach out for those, you can join basic training and just jump right into skating.
Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
Much fun. So much fun. And the girls are amazing.
They seem wonderful. High
so
energy.
Cool.
They seem like, it seems like a sorority almost.
Yeah.
Like it seems like a sorority almost.
Yeah.
Like it seems like a sorority almost.
Yeah.
That girl thinks she's the queen of the neighborhood. She got the heart to drag it down. That girl, she has her head up so high. I think I wanna be her best friend, yeah. Rebel girl, rebel girl, rebel girl, you are the queen of my world. Rebel girl, I know I wanna take you home. I wanna try on your clothes.
Welcome, Derby fans, to another game in Grand Raggidy's 20th season. Let's hear it. Today we have a doubleheader, 2 great games. First up is going to be the Grand Raggidy All-Stars against the Naptown Roller Derby from Indianapolis, Indiana, followed by the Grand Raggidy Attack versus Keweenaw Roller Derby. There's a lot going on in this game. If you have questions, there's going to be somebody running around with a sign that says, "Ask me about Derby." So grab them and ask some questions. We'll help you understand the game the best we can. We're going to announce our teams that are going to be going head-to-head this afternoon. First up, Naptown Roller Derby. 00 Roulette Wheels. Number 104, Garbage Witch. Number 1317, Shady Lane. Number 205, Ricky Bobby. Number 218, Asian Sensation. Number 308, Sergeant Slaughter. Number 397, Roldemort. Number 555, Pink Stitches. Number 57, Robin Daggers. Number 67, Huntress. Number 70, Lysis to Kill. Number 76, Will Smith. Number 85, Amelia Be Kill Ya. Number 9, Warp Speed. Number 913, Flannery O'Clobber. Led by the bench staff, Trudy and Mama O'Clobber. Welcome, Naptown. And your Grand Raggidy All-Stars. Number 00, Mangler. Number 01, Lindsay Blohan. Number 04, Booty Vicious. Number 25, Slamwise Gamgee. Number 26, Bear Thrills. Number 262, Mishka. Number 4, Shaggy. Number 612, Unbreakable Amin. Number 69, Psycho Vision. Number 711, Sassathrash. Number 77, Lucy Morals. Number 775, Vanessa. Number 84, Misty Meanher. Number 85, Matitude Adjustment. Number 906, Freddy Cruiser. Led by the bench staff, the King, Blondie Blow-Eye, and Chunk Knuckler. Let's hear it for Grand Raggidy Roller Derby. I'll do my best. All right, our first jam, we're getting set up here. It's going to be Will Smith for Naptown up against Slamwise Gamgee for the Grand Raggidy All-Stars. Naptown Roller Derby out front. Will Smith is the lead jammer. Breaking through on the inside of the pack as Grand Raggidy's blockers reset. Slamwise still working on breaking through. Gets clear of the Naptown blockers. The second time around the track. Well, that's the end of that jam. If this is your first time seeing roller derby, we have 2-minute jams. Each jam consists of a jammer for each team. Notice the stars on their helmets. Their goal is to break through the blockers. And they get 1 point for every player they pass on the second pass through. Ricky Bobby jamming for Naptown. Freddy Cruiser was the jammer, handed off the star to Mangler, a position called the pivot, the only other player that can receive the jammer star. And it gets called off. Naptown puts some points on the board, calling it off before Grand Raggidy can make through that scoring pass. The lead jammer can call off the jam at any time, trying to find a way around the outside. Cross in the court, back and forth. Warp Speed has to cycle back after stepping out of bounds. Some good defense on both teams, holding those players back. Mishka dodged out of bounds as Warp Speed heads to the penalty box for Naptown. We've got a Grand Raggidy Power Jam. Naptown defense really holding Mishka back. Getting a little help from the defense coming up to make a way. Mishka is the lead jammer after a hard fight through the Naptown defense. Warp Speed's back in it from the penalty box. Mishka picks up 4 points for the All-Stars. Grand Raggidy holds back Warp Speed. The track cut penalty on Psycho Vision. Penalty box might not be empty for long. There was a star pass to the pivot on Naptown. And Roulette Wheels heads to the penalty box after a track cut, and that runs out that jam. All right, we got a timeout here, an official timeout as they talk about some business on the track. Want to thank our officials, the referees for tonight's first game. We have Daddy Pants, the Great Cornholio, Moxie Tosin, Cutter, Han Slow-Mo, Catastrophe Steve, and Frank the Tank out there. Takes a lot of eyes, making sure everyone's playing fairly, so we can't do this without a lot of great volunteers. Starting off with a Grand Raggidy Power Jam with Sassafrash as the only jammer in the game. A lot of quick movement, holding back Sassafrash. Getting out of the pack to be the lead jammer. Sassafrash, the lead jammer. Defense resets. As Roulette Wheels joins the action from the penalty box. Naptown's jammer is back in the game. Sassafrash picks up 4 points for Grand Raggidy. Sassafrash calls off the jam. That is the privilege of the lead jammer, getting to call off the jam. That's what the chopping at the waist means, is that we're done with this one. Let's get set up for the next one. We got a lot of great vendors here tonight showing off their wares. Be sure to check out Violet's Spicy Teas, where you can make adventure shirts, armbands, cups, and more. Personalize any item with names and numbers. Here we go, Slamwise Gamgee for Grand Raggidy against Sergeant Slaughter from Naptown. Slamwise fast on the outside, claims the lead jammer role for this jam. Our scoring pass for Slamwise. Sergeant Slaughter's still trying to make it through that wall of Grand Raggidy defense. Oh, big hit from Slamwise, making a way through for another scoring pass. Let's hear it, everybody. Some intense roller derby action going on. There's been a star pass to Huntress, is the new jammer for Naptown. Getting worked out of bounds, has to cycle back behind the people who knocked them out of bounds. Slamwise sneaks around on the outside. Oh, one last player to pass. Track cut here on 218, meaning they stepped back into bounds, taking a shortcut. Spent some time in the penalty box as that jam comes to an end. Putting 12 points on the board for the All-Stars. Mentioned Violet Spicy Teas. We also have the Pink Possum, a locally owned business that sells handmade novelty candles and all natural skincare products. Teal Moon with their original paintings, prints, and original designs, block prints, and bags with hand-carved original designs. Arctic Freeze Candy, if you like that freeze-dried goodness that'll melt in your mouth. Freddy Cruiser jamming for Grand Raggidy. Up against Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Oh. Both jammers hit the track. The Ricky Bobby has a track cut, heads to the penalty box. Another power jam for Grand Raggidy. Freddy Cruiser still trying to get past the last couple blockers. Freddy Cruiser breaks through and picks up some. Oh, scooting around the outside. Mangler slowing down Ricky Bobby a little bit. Freddy picking up some speed around the corner, trying to catch up to those blockers. With Ricky Bobby in hot pursuit. Freddy calls off the jam. All right, heading into jam number 6. Jam number 7. Mishka 262 jamming for Grand Raggidy. Will Smith jamming. Oh, that was the whistle blew, and we've got a lead jammer. A little hello to the fans and friends and family. Quick pass, no contact. Mishka making this track look really small right now. That's 3 passes in a row without touching another soul. Will Smith on the way, breaks through the pack, trying to shut down Mishka a little bit. Mishka waiting to the last minute to call it off. Sap a little energy there from that other jammer, making their way around the track. Raggidy is grateful for our many sponsors that make these games possible to support our teams. I want to give a shout out to some sponsors here. You may be asking yourself, how do those rough and tumble athletes of Grand Raggidy Roller Derby keep their party white smiles intact? Well, it's thanks to the folks at O'Brien and Ellison Dentistry. Here we go, we're underway. Sassa Thrash cycles back after stepping out of bounds. Huntress almost out, but has to. All right, yeah. I was mentioning O'Brien and Ellison Dentistry. They help support Grand Raggidy Roller Derby by providing the league with custom fit mouth guards. If you're looking for high quality and friendly dentistry, call O'Brien and Ellison at 616-361-2617 or visit them on the web at www.smilesbyobrien.com. Got Asian Sensation jamming for that group. Slamwise Gamgee is the lead jammer. Ricky Bobby jamming for the Naptown. Got out of the pack. It is in hot pursuit, trying to find a way around. Let me hear you if this is your first time at a roller derby game. All right, welcome. We're so glad to have you. Thanks to everybody else for coming back for more. Game after game, we appreciate the support. Freddie Cruiser jamming for Grand Raggidy. Looks like Sergeant Slaughter for Naptown. Sergeant Slaughter picking himself up, cycling back, trying to get through the Grand Raggidy defense. Trying to find, heading to the penalty box there. Got another power jam for Grand Raggidy. Freddie one-on-one with Roulette Wheels holding back, but your lead jammer, Freddie, going to try to pick up some points for Grand Raggidy. It's 4 points for Freddie Cruiser and the Grand Raggidy All-Stars. Go. Sergeant Slaughter's back in it. But Grand Raggidy's defense is holding them back as Freddie picks up another 4 points. Star pass for Grand Raggidy. Sergeant Slaughter passed it off to Roulette Wheels, the new jammer for this rest of this jam for Naptown. This is called bridging here in the middle. Huntress is trying to bridge the gap so the pack doesn't get too separated. It can't be further than 20 feet apart, or someone nearby might end up in the penalty box. So we asked about new people to roller derby. How many people have been here at least 5 times to see Grand Raggidy Roller Derby? Let me hear you. All right. I think there's more of you than that. We got a team timeout here. Great moment to let you know about some of our awesome, always supporting law offices of Stephen and Avery Attorneys at Law. For all your legal needs, call 616-784-5080. That's Stephen and Avery Attorneys at Law. And if you want to ward off all your back pain like a derby skater with Dr. Ward at Active Life Chiropractic, that's Grand Raggidy's official league chiropractor. Look him up, Dr. Ward at Active Life Chiropractic. All right, both teams, full strength. Warp speed on the track for Naptown. Mishka jamming for Grand Raggedy. Warp speed slipping, sliding, and having to track back. Mishka still fighting it out to become lead jammer. Got a directional penalty on 913 for Naptown, and there was a star pass over to License to Kill for Naptown as well. When a jammer gets stuck, sometimes they're looking for a little help. They're trying to identify where the pivot is. That's the player with the stripe on their helmet, and they can hand off the star cover to the person with the stripe on their team to become the new jammer. That role is called the pivot. License to Kill still trying to get through attitude adjustment. Last line holding them back. Oh, they're all just spinning around and regrouping. As Mishka comes straight at the Naptown wall, trying to pick up some more points. Mishka makes another pass on the outside. All right, Lysis out of the pack, putting a little more pressure on Mishka. Headed into the thick of it. Mishka calls off the jam. Nice. 3 points for Naptown in that one. Big jam from Mishka. Sassa Thrash jamming for Grand Raggedy, but whoa, Will Smith is the lead jammer. All right, we're getting about 10 minutes of play in the first half of this game. Slamwise Game G for Grand Raggedy and Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Slamwise Game G is the lead jammer with Ricky Bobby in hot pursuit. Picking up the pace. You might notice the blockers speed up to try to create more distance between the jammers trying to score. Slamwise calls it off. Grand Raggidy Roller Derby would like to thank DeFord Designs and Jack Keweenaw Photography for capturing all of this great action as league photographers. Freddie Cruiser for Grand Raggidy, Warp Speed for Naptown. Oh, neck and neck around the pack. Freddie is the lead jammer, but Warp Speed really putting the pressure on as Freddie calls it off. If you're having so much fun, you're already looking to the future, you might consider joining everyone after the 2 games tonight at either the Garage Bar or City Build Brewing for one of 2 after parties to celebrate the 20th season of Grand Raggidy. Will Smith jamming for Naptown, cycling back behind Maddie, who just pushed him out of bounds. Mishka fighting it out up against 3 solid Naptown blockers. Also having to cycle back after stepping out of bounds. All right, Will Smith, the lead jammer for Naptown, clawing their way to that position. Mishka up against a handful of blockers still trying to get through that initial pass. Mishka gets out. We got a number 76 heads to the penalty box for Naptown for a back block call. This is one of those instances where Psycho Vision is the bridge between the 2 packs, creating Mishka setting up for another pass. We got a power jam situation with Will Smith in the penalty box for that back block. Will Smith back and fighting through. Oh. Another player from Naptown heads to the penalty box as that end of that jam comes around. The skaters are working hard out here. Let's hear it for all these skaters from Naptown and Grand Raggidy. That's what I'm talking about. Just a reminder, they're doing this on roller skates, people. No easy feat. An official timeout here. We got some shout outs here. We want to give a major thank you to Elder Appliance down the street for allowing our skaters some additional parking solutions for our games. And we've got a major congratulations to Cherry Napalm for graduating recently. Let's hear it for Cherry Napalm. That ain't no joke. Stay in school, kids. If you wonder how Grand Raggidy Roller Derby skaters stay fit off the track, well, they have GR Strength Underground to thank for that. Stuart Orr offers personal training to all skaters to keep them hitting hard on the track. So look up Stu at GR Strength Underground on Facebook so you too can get ripped. Sassa Thrash is the lead jammer for Grand Raggidy. There's been a star pass here to License to Kill. Ricky Bobby passed off the star for Naptown. Sass has to cycle back after stepping out of bounds. And License to Kill makes their way through for picking up a full 4 points. That's going to be the end of that jam. Halftime is coming up in a few minutes. If you are interested in getting in on some of the fun, we do need 10 people, adults 18 and over, to join us for a friendly yet competitive and slightly dangerous, join us at your own risk, version of musical chairs. So if you're interested, at halftime, we need you at the other end of the track here, where by the door that you came in. There will be prizes. All right, we are underway. Slamwise Gamgee for Grand Raggidy All-Stars. Will Smith for Naptown. Slamwise out, but not the lead jammer, so Will Smith calls it off. Again, we need 10 adults 18 and over who want to join in some musical chairs fun at halftime. That is if you're not checking out the food truck outside, or checking out our vendors, or checking out the merch booths. You get some gift card for Terry Bagel, maybe a swaggy hat if you win musical chairs. The whistle blows, and this jam is underway. Warp Speed jamming for Naptown. Freddie Cruiser jamming for the Grand Raggidy All-Stars. All the players are on the track again. Warp Speed moving quick on the outside to be your lead jammer for Naptown. Freddie Cruiser out of the pack as well. Warp Speed crashing into a bunch of blockers, trying to find a way around. Warp Speed calls it off. Down to the wire there, getting on the court, Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Mishka jamming for Grand Raggidy. Going one-on-one up against 218, Asian Sensation. All this strength. And Mishka is the lead jammer. Michigan moving quick, but stopped by the Naptown blockers out front. Making it through, or another scoring pass. Lucy Morals heads to the penalty box. A star pass here for Naptown, passing off the jammer cover to Roulette Wheels. An attitude adjustment, misdemeanor, and Vanessa holding them back. Got a scoring pass for Roulette Wheels. Ishka calls off the jam. Will Smith for Naptown. Sassa Thrash at the jam line, working it through for Grand Raggidy. Will Smith trying to slip around the inside, trying on the outside, but Sassa Thrash is out with Will Smith on her tail. Sassa Thrash calls it off. Special thanks to the University of Michigan Health West Sports Medicine, Dr. K and their wonderful support staff get our skaters back on the track as quickly as possible. They help us at 1310 East Beltline Avenue, Grand Rapids, as well as provide medical coverage during our games. Thanks a lot. University of Michigan Health West Sports Medicine and Dr. K. Slamwise is not the lead jammer, but making a pass out of the pack can pick up some points anyway. Warp Speed heads to the penalty box, so this will be a full 2-minute jam as Warp Speed was the lead jammer. Well, no, there was no lead established. I apologize. 2 minutes is a long time to grind it out going around this track, so let's hear it for these skaters putting in the work. That's right. Warp Speed returns to the track. Both teams of defense doing their jobs. We got a star pass from Warp Speed to Huntress. A little sneaky grab and go as they entered the track from the penalty box. Slamwise held up here in the front by Naptown. Grand Raggidy blockers doing an equally good job of holding back Naptown. A few more points for Grand Raggidy. Bodies are flying. Slamwise sneaks through just in time. That's a full 2-minute jam. It's going to be our intermission, a great time if you want to get involved. Let's hear it for these skaters for sure. Great time to visit our food trucks and vendors if you want to get involved in musical chairs.
My name is Red 40. I started basic training in October of 2024 and I just got my Green Star last month. I think roller derby has had a really positive effect on myself and my routine. I was looking for something to get me out of the house, off my phone, off my bed, off my couch, and I've found something I can rely on going to multiple times a week to challenge my mind, challenge my body, and I really appreciate that. I felt very welcomed as a new skater. I never felt uncomfortable coming to practice. I was lucky enough to have someone else in my life who was willing to come and try out BT with me, so that was awesome. Something I appreciated when I started BT is that I never felt pressured to do more than I was ready for. There's a really concrete system of progressing throughout the skills that you need to play roller derby, and I always felt like I was ready for the next step. If you are on the fence about signing up for roller derby, I think you should try it. Worst case scenario, you don't like it and you go home. Best case scenario, you find something really fun to do and you gain a bunch of new friends. Join roller derby.
Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want, before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
I want to take a minute real quick to tell you about our featured nonprofit who's here tonight in our vending area, Revive and Thrive Project. Since 2015, Revive and Thrive have prepared and home delivered over 85,000 fresh meals at no cost to families facing health challenges in Greater Grand Rapids. Their meals focus on improving health outcomes, reducing healthcare costs, and creating a community of meaningful support. It's also unique as they empower teen chefs to help make the fresh meals through a collaborative cooking experience. Youth work side by side with experienced chefs and caring mentors, developing culinary skills, confidence, job readiness, and a passion for helping others. The programs of Revive and Thrive serve everyone regardless of income and age. And they do need some donations. They need canned goods, whole grains, nuts and seeds, other foods, and non-food items as well. Things like Ziploc bags and paper bags with handles. So go check out their table, talk to them about what they need, and see how you can make a difference for folks in their community. Thanks so much for being here, Revive and Thrive. We got about a minute till we get into the second half of this roller derby head-to-head matchup. The Grand Raggidy All-Stars against Indianapolis, Indiana's Naptown Roller Derby. At that whistle, we are underway. Slamwise Gamgee jamming for Grand Raggidy. Will Smith for Naptown. Slamwise is out. Willie is right, coming up behind fast, trying to take Slamwise out as they get around the track. This is a new aspect of the sport for me. Everyone had a good chuckle. Everyone's having fun out there, right? All right. Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Try to push him through. Oh, scooting by on the inside is your lead jammer. So Freddie Cruiser's trying to get through. Maybe got a forearm block penalty for the Naptown pivot. Freddie is out of the pack as well, putting some pressure on as Ricky Bobby calls off the jam. We want to say some happy April birthdays to Queen Elizabeth, Dr. Jean Splicer, Astro Meow, and Bully Frog. Let's hear it for happy birthdays. All right. Mishka for Grand Raggidy advances towards the pack, pushing them down the track. Oh, as Warp Speed heads to the penalty box here. It's a power jam situation. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that this was a GR Strength Underground power jam. Mishka. Warp Speed is back in the game. Scooting by on the inside. As Mishka gets tied up with some of the Naptown blockers. Mishka calls it off before Warp Speed can pick up some points. Want to thank Kyrgyz Insurance, this family-owned and operated independent insurance AG located in Ionia, serving Michigan for nearly 45 years, an independent agency that shops and compares the best insurance options across multiple carriers on your behalf. Kyrgyz Insurance. Sergeant Slaughter for Naptown, grinding on the inside. Sassafrash looking for a way around. Ping-ponging from Naptown blockers. Lamine and Misty and Blowhand holding back Sergeant Slaughter. As Mangler steps in to Thrash is the lead. Slaughter still trying to break through. Naptown making Sassafrash work for that one extra hard. Sergeant Slaughter passed the star to Will Smith. Sass calls off the jam. But not before Willie picks up a point for Naptown. Want to thank today's medical staff, Crystal Dodds and Dr. Ibrahim, helping making sure that all of our skaters are staying safe out there in this very physical sport. The whistle blows and Slamwise Gamgee is the lead jammer. Ricky Bobby cycles back, looks for a way through, looks for a little help with a star pass to the pivot. Roulette Wheels is the new jammer for Naptown, as Slamwise calls off the jam. Proud sponsor of Grand Raggidy Roller Derby is Hulst Jepson Physical Therapy. They have 22 convenient locations across West Michigan and personalized treatment to suit each person's specific needs because everyone has injuries unique to them. Hulst Jepson Physical Therapy. So we had a timeout here in order to sure that everyone had the equipment they needed to continue in the jam. see Scary Magdalene over there with bunny ears and a sign that says, "Ask me about Derby." So if you're not certain what these rules are all about, that's the person you're going to want to talk to. You'll get to see her play with Grand Raggedy Attack in the next game against Keweenaw. Whistle blows to start that jam. It's Freddie Cruiser for Grand Raggedy against Willie from Naptown. Willie, I believe your lead jammer is Willie, who calls it off as Freddie scoots out into the lead. Strategy there is to stop that jammer. When you have the ability to call it off, you can stop the other team's jammer from getting too close to points. Warp Speed for Naptown. Mishka jamming for Grand Raggedy. Vanessa takes Warp Speed to the back after Warp Speed gets knocked out of bounds. Mishka going toe-to-toe with Roulette Wheels. Trying to break through as the pack gets a little separated, and Mishka is out as the lead jammer. Maddie takes Warp Speed all the way back again, so they don't progress in front of the person that was involved in causing them to step out of bounds. Mishka battling it out with Willie and Roulette Wheels out front again. Willie takes Mishka all the way back around after Mishka goes down and calls off the jam. I'll give a shout out to another birthday celebrator here today, friend of Roller Derby, Krista Johnson. Happy birthday. Sassa Thrash and Ricky Bobby taking the helm for these two teams. Lamine holding back Ricky Bobby with the help of Shaggy and Misty and Mangler. That Naptown defense working too and giving enough room for Ricky Bobby to be the lead jammer for Naptown. Sass setting up for another pass to get through as Misty Meaner takes Ricky Bobby down, but not far enough. A star pass here from Sassa Thrash to Mangler. Mangler gonna put some pressure on now. Naptown putting in some work and putting 5 more points on the board, that jam. Slamwise GMG for Grand Raggedy. Cycling back. License to Kill, grinding it out up front against the Grand Raggedy blockers, trying to make some headway for Naptown. License to Kill is the lead jammer, with Slamwise putting on the heat. Blockers speeding up to keep scoring from happening, as the jammers were pretty tight there. Freddy Cruiser for Grand Raggedy. Warp Speed out on the track again for Freddy Cruiser is the lead jammer. Warp Speed finding their way back around the back to reset and make another go of it. As Freddy tries to find a way around. Freddy having to cycle back as Warp Speed hands off the jammer cover to Flannery O'Clobber, and Grand Raggedy calls it off. For Grand Raggedy, Mishka's stuck behind the Naptown blockers as Sergeant Slaughter and Maddie are playing games in the back. Buying some time for Mishka to do some work up front. And your lead jammer, Mishka. Star pass to Willie for Naptown. Mishka calls off the jam. Not before Naptown picks up 2 more points. We are 3/4 of the way through this game. Let's hear some energy flowing from your hearts towards these players who are working hard out here. Sassathrash and Ricky Bobby at it again. Mangler heads to the penalty box for Grand Raggedy. Shaggy and Misty Meter regrouping to hold back Ricky Bobby. Sassathrash heads to the penalty box, so it's a power jam situation for Ricky Bobby. Mangler rejoins her team. They call off the jam. Will Smith jamming for Naptown as Grand Raggidy awaits the return of their jammer from the penalty box. Willie is the lead jammer. See what they can do to pick up some points. Sassafrash back in it, trying to get around the Naptown defense. Willie stuck behind a wall of Grand Raggidy players as Vanessa cycles back. And Sassafrash is out of the pack. Will Smith calls off the jam as Sassafrash makes an approach. 3 points for Naptown. Warp Speed lines up with Slamwise Gamgee. Slamwise Gamgee is the lead jammer. Warp Speed still trying to find a way through. Slamwise stuck behind a wall of 4 Naptown blockers. Got Warp Speed handing off the jammer privileges to their pivot, License to Kill. Skating toe-to-toe with Slamwise, trying to slow it down. Slamwise calls off the jam. Don't forget about the after party tonight. City Build Brewing open till 12, serving food until 11. Gluten-free, vegan, and vegetarian options with beer, spirits, and NA cocktails. The Garage Bar open till 2. Gluten-free, vegetarian options as well. Sergeant Slaughter for Naptown at the line. Freddie Cruiser for Grand Raggidy. Sergeant Slaughter. A little confusion out there on the track. Both jammers still trying to find a way through. Your lead jammer, Freddie Cruiser. Freddie battling it out with Huntress. Huntress returns to join the other blockers as Freddie picks up a few points. There's been a star pass to Naptown, with Roulette Wheels being the new jammer. And that's going to be that jam. Points for Grand Raggidy on that one. Underway. Ooh, some fancy footwork there from Will Smith. Not enough to break through. Mishka battling it out at the front for Grand Raggidy. Will Smith is the lead jammer for Naptown. Mishka breaks through on their way around just in time for Will Smith to call it off. Not before picking up a point for Naptown. As we continue to celebrate the Grand Raggidy's 20th anniversary, we're going to be celebrating all season with our next home game right here at Jam Sports on May 17th. Don't forget to pick up tickets or maybe grab a couple from your Grand Rapids Public Library for free. Sassa Thrash for Grand Raggidy. Ricky Bobby goes to the penalty box. We've got a GR Strength Underground Power Jam for Grand Raggidy. See what Sassa Thrash can do with a little freed up space. Sass still pushing through. There it is. There's Sassa Thrash breaks free. Grand Raggidy. Ricky Bobby taking Sassa Thrash out of action for a moment on their return to the track. Created a little space, but not enough to get through. Sassa Thrash cycles back again. Star pass to Roulette Wheels. Sassa Thrash breaking through on the outside. Roulette Wheels picks up speed just for that jam to come to a close. Warp Speed jamming for Naptown. Slamwise Gamgee trying to find a way on the outside. Is Warp Speed is your lead jammer sneaking by on the inside. Slamwise breaks through. Warp Speed heads for a scoring pass and sneaks by on the outside. Picking up some points for Naptown. Slamwise around the outside as Warp Speed calls it off. Be sure to check out the Grand Raggidy merch booth, and I believe Keweenaw has merch too. Hats, sweatshirts, t-shirts, buttons, and more. Great gift-giving ideas for any Grand Raggidy Roller Derby fan. Be sure to check out the Skater fundraiser as well. Baked goods, homemade goods made by skaters, arts and crafts, all proceeds support the league and make roller derby continue to thrive here in Grand Rapids. Freddie Cruiser and Ricky Bobby jamming for their respective teams. Ricky Bobby gets taken way back by Psycho. Freddie Cruiser pushing on Flannery O'Clobber and becomes the lead jammer. Freddie sneaks on by full 4 points for Freddie Cruiser. As Shady Lane heads to the penalty box for Naptown. Another scoring pass for Freddie. Roulette Wheels has taken the star as the jammer for Naptown now. Freddie sneaks through on the inside. Another 4 points for Freddie Cruiser. Roulette Wheels still struggling to work through the Grand Raggidy defense. Freddie right into the thick of it. Roulette wheels breaks out. Freddie through all the way, calls it off. Let's hear it for a 20-point jam from Freddie Cruiser. Don't forget, coming up next, we've got Grand Raggidy Attack versus Keweenaw Roller Derby. Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Mishka jamming for Grand Raggidy. Ricky Bobby on the outside is your lead jammer for Naptown. Mishka breaks free and is putting the pressure on. All right, Ricky Bobby forces their way all the way through, picking up some points for Naptown. And shuts down the All-Stars before they can pick up any points. In between games might be a great time to visit 616 Kebab, the Mediterranean cuisine food truck out in the lot. Gyros, shawarma, falafel, and more, as well as vegan options available. We get to visit our vendors. Violet Spicy Teas with their custom shirts. Pink Possum, their locally owned candles, locally owned business making candles and skincare products. Teal Moon, paintings and prints. Arctic Freeze Candy, freeze dried goodness. All right, Slamwise Gamgee and Warp Speed jamming this 21st jam of this half. Warp Speed getting taken back a ways by Maddie. Slamwise Gamgee still grinding it out against the solid Naptown defense. As those Slamwise Gamgee is the lead jammer for Grand Raggidy. But a star pass to Huntress. It's the new jammer for Naptown. Slamwise calls it off. As we get close to the end of this game, let's hear it one more time for all these awesome skaters. Everybody out here putting in some work, their best efforts. Ricky Bobby jamming for Naptown. Freddie Cruiser on the track again for Grand Raggidy. Freddie Cruiser's the lead jammer. Looks like Ricky Bobby has passed off the star to Naptown's Lysis to Kill. Freddie calls off the jam. That's going to bring our game to an end with an unofficial score. Let's hear it. Make some noise for Naptown and Grand Raggidy All-Stars. If you'd like to show some love, you can come up to the edge of the orange line on the track, grab some high fives from these players, say thank you, say good game. I need to hear from each team about MVP blockers and jammers. When you're finished here, come over to the announcer's table, please. Good game to all these athletes. Thanks to Naptown for coming out from Indianapolis, Indiana. Play some roller derby with us tonight. Give it up for Naptown. We'll be announcing the MVPs for each team. If each team could send a representative to the announcer's table to let me know your picks. Please check out our awesome vendors, the merch tables, the food trucks. Thanks to Jam Sports for hosting our games here in Granville. All right. Don't go far. Grand Raggidy Attack versus Keweenaw Roller Derby up next. Skaters, if you just played, squeeze in for a picture. I'm ready to announce Naptown's MVPs as nominated by Grand Raggidy. The MVP blocker for Naptown, number 218, Asian Sensation. And the MVP jammer for Naptown, number 76, Will Smith. Come to the announcer's booth for pictures and prizes. And the MVP blocker for Grand Raggidy as nominated by Naptown, number 84, Misdemeanor. And the MVP jammer, number 262, Mishka. Join us for a picture.
I'm Arcadia Major and I play all positions, but I do really enjoy jamming. I decided to join Grand Raggidy Roller Derby because I've always had a strong interest in the sport, and moving to Grand Rapids, I finally found my footing to join the team, thanks to another friend that I met on the team that encouraged me to come join, and I am absolutely glad I did. My favorite aspect of roller derby is the fact that it is a well-rounded, supportive group. Everybody is welcome to join. It's very inclusive to everyone, and it's just a great way to get yourself out there and to make sure that you're giving your body the energy that it needs. It's just an all-around centered sport on compassion, but with a lot of grit and sweat to it as well. I would recommend Grand Raggidy Roller Derby because you are going to love every second of being out there on the track and on your skates. It's hard, it's challenging, you fall down, but when you get back up again, you feel that much better. You can join Grand Raggidy Roller Derby by following us on Facebook or checking out our website. We have different dates throughout the year where we start basic training, and when you reach out for those, you can join basic training and just jump right into skating.
Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
It was so much fun. So much fun, and the girls are amazing.
They seem
They're
wonderful,
so
high
cool.
energy. They seem like it seems like
Yeah.
a sorority almost.
Yeah.
Like it seems like
Yeah.
a sorority almost.
Yeah.
Like it seems like
Yeah.
a sorority almost.
That girl thinks she's the
ladies and gentlemen, and Derby fans everywhere. I have one question for you. Are you ready for some roller derby? That is right. We've got Grand Raggidy Attack taking on Keweenaw Roller Derby. We will get this game started here in just a few short minutes, but before we get it kicked off, we'd like to tell you who's going to be skating. So, skating for Keweenaw Roller Derby, we've got number 112, Luna Stormborn. 13, Starbuck. Number 17, Sweet TNT. 187, Jeffrey Dominator. 214, Rainbow Bash. Number 4, Random NPC. 5, Seldom Sally. 724, Amelia Hitzhart. 731, Kim Kong. 753, Sumi Slammer. Number 77, Scrambled Legs. 8008, Crossfire. And number 9, Johnny Crash.
And now, let's hear it for your Grand Raggidy Attack. Number 06, Izzy Hansy. Number 1030, Slayer Taylor. Number 11, Buffy the Jampire Skater. Number 14, Asteroid. Number 16, Hit Squeak. Number 19, on a birthday, it's Astro Meow. Number 30, Edith Puncher. Number 31, Kiss My Ass. Number 39, Scary Magdalene. Number 49, Rosie the Ruiner. Never mind, but yay. Number 5, Dr. Gene Splicer. Number 53, Knight of Slamalot. Number 86, Ann O. Steele. Number 89, Darth Skater. And number 92, Cherry Napalm. As well as making their first appearance with Grand Raggidy Attack, their very first game. Let's give it up for number 40, Red 40. Let's play some roller derby, y'all.
That's always exciting to have your first game. It really is. There's nothing quite like a feeling like that. So, you know, Grand Raggidy had a great weekend last week. We all went down to K-Town Shakedown and played both attack. They played a couple games, and they were some hard-fought bouts. They unfortunately did not pull off the wins, but definitely played a great game. I was very impressed with their play style.
Imagine playing 3 games
in
a row.
Yeah. It's something else. And I'm here to tell you. Taking a line right now. Looks like Buffy the Jampire Skater.
As well as Kim Kong.
Keweenaw in the green. And attack, of course, in black.
Kim Kong out front for Keweenaw as the lead jammer.
Excellent blocking right now from Keweenaw, holding in Buffy. They are struggling to get through.
Grand Raggidy's blocking, holding strong as well, as Buffy makes it out of the pack as well. Putting a little pressure on Kim Kong, as Kim Kong calls off that jam.
And 4 points being put on the board, so Keweenaw, the first ones to strike, picking up 4 points in that jam. You know, if you're ever wondering how you or your business can be part of the action on the sidelines, you're welcome to become a sponsor. You can check out our website at grandraggidy.com for more information.
Slayer Taylor for Grand Raggedy attack, jamming. Kim Kong back at it for the Keweenaw.
Both jammers right now really struggling with some strong walls. Gene Splicer, excellent work locking down that jammer.
Taylor, Slayer Taylor is the lead jammer after throwing a pile of green down on the track. It's been a star pass here from Kim Kong to number 13, Starbuck.
Jeffrey Dominator picking up a direction of play penalty, and that is going to put them down one blocker going into this next jam.
Slayer called that one off after putting 1 point on the scoreboard. Approaching the jam line, random NPC for Keweenaw, number 4.
Random NPC out there for Keweenaw.
Izzy Hansy hot off the line for Grand Raggedy, but has to cycle back, try to find another way around.
Pile up in turn number 1. Anna Steele playing some defense against the Keweenaw jammer, but too much jamming skill, and Keweenaw is your lead.
Random NPC out front, trying to pick up some points now for Keweenaw.
Izzy Hansy does get through with cap in hand, and this jam comes to an end.
Short and quick, in and out so far. Buffy the Jampire skater lining up for Grand Raggedy here. With, does it look like Slammer for Keweenaw?
Both jammers are off the line. They do engage. Nice little push right there to try and get the pack moving. And Hit Squeak is out as your lead jammer.
Hit Squeak is moving, but Keweenaw is coming right up behind on their tail.
This jam comes to an end. They pick up 1 more point. That brings their total to 2. And we'd like to give a nice big mention to the always supporting law offices of Stephan and Avery, attorneys at law. For your legal needs, call 616-784-5080.
Sumi Slammer for Keweenaw.
And Buffy, the Jampire skater out there. Pile up at the top of the apex. Buffy is your lead for the GR attack.
Sumi still trying to, oh, Sumi scoots by on the inside, breaks free. Buffy makes a move around the last Keweenaw blocker, calls it before Sumi can get to the pack and pick up any more points for Keweenaw. Nice 4-point jam for Grand Raggidy attack.
Yeah, Buffy looked really good out there. Used the offense. I saw offense come from Anna Steele and simply move the other blockers out of the way, allowing a nice big hole for Buffy to run through and score.
Slayer Taylor back at the line for Grand Raggidy. Kim Kong for Keweenaw. Slayer sneaks, stepping over. Oh, Kim Kong and Slayer. It's going to be a race around the corner. Taylor calls off the jam. Some quick work for both jammers, busting through those packs.
Well, you can ward off all your back pain like a derby skater with Dr. Ward at Active Life Chiropractic, Grand Raggidy's official lead chiropractor. Once again, that is Dr. Ward at Active Life Chiropractic. Izzy Hansy out there once again going up against Kim Kong.
Izzy Hansy is the lead jammer. Kim Kong collecting themselves, preparing to cycle around and try to find a way through.
Kim Kong gets through with the cap in their hand.
Izzy stuck behind a couple Keweenaw blockers, trying to find a way around. Izzy calls it off before Kim Kong can make the approach.
Yeah, Starbuck plays some really nice defense, would not let Izzy get around, eventually dropping her in the straightaway over here, forcing that call off.
Got a lead change here with the Grand Raggidy attack, putting 10 on the board. And
whoa,
Keweenaw with 7.
So where's my Grand Raggidy fans out there? That's right, they just took the lead. Got to keep that intensity up there, folks. Hit Squeak is really muffled in that line, but makes it to the pivot line. Finally starts shedding blockers.
Random NPCs and a little help from a whip from her teammate to advance to lead jammer position.
You know, I don't see a whip very often anymore, and that was definitely a whip move.
That's some old school derby there. This random NPC calls it off.
Ran right through the side of Edith Puncher. It was definitely there in position, but random NPC with a strong move to bully their way through.
Set up for this next jam, we've got Starbuck for Keweenaw and Buffy the Jampire Skater for Grand Raggidy. Whoa!
Wow.
Starbuck bursts through the Grand Raggidy defense, claiming a lead jammer position.
Yeah, that was a big hole on the outside.
Buffy's still trying to find a way around this Keweenaw wall.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely playing some excellent work. Sumi Slammer did a great job knocking them back and out, but
Buffy breaks through. Starbuck calling it off.
Oh, this does look like there was a later call. Sumi Slammer did get a direction of play penalty and will spend some time in the penalty box. We've got another lead change as Keweenaw is right now sitting at 11. So where are my Keweenaw fans at? Oh, y'all did show up. I knew there was lots of folks out there for this.
I hear some roller derby fans tonight. Slayer Taylor trying to break through. Almost out. Quick pit stop to the knees as Kim Kong slips through on the inside for Keweenaw. Oh, Taylor Slayer is the lead jammer.
Oh, wow. In the nick of time. I don't think Slayer Taylor did not realize there was a no pass, no penalty call. And you see, a no pass, no penalty is when you need to get out of the pack legally and first. So Slayer Taylor was the one who, even though not the first jam round of the pack, they were the one that got out legally and therefore was awarded lead jam.
And we want to thank DeFord Design and Jack Keweenaw Photography for capturing all this great action as league photographers.
It's Squeak and Kim Kong. Those are your jammers out there.
Hit Squeak's getting aggressive, but steps out, slips back in as
again a photo finish. So Kim Kong calls off this jam to avoid losing any points on that pass. Everybody down on that jam line. This game is on random. NPC engages that wall. Excellent blocking, though. They all drop back and hold on.
say the lead jammer is going to be a random NPC, but Buffy is giving them a run for their money.
A little bit of jammer defense happening. They're finally going to call it off once again to avoid losing any points. So far, a very low-scoring first half. We've got a score of 11-10. I love games like this.
Both teams working hard, working well together. You're seeing the communication between all the blockers out there trying to create paths for their offense, trying to hold back their opponents. Slayer Taylor grinding out at the front of the pack.
Oh, looks like Slayer Taylor picked up a cut track. So Keweenaw is going to have a power jam.
Makes the defense have to work extra hard. Slam hanging on as long as they could to hold back random NPC, but random NPC calls it off so they can start the next jam from another refreshed power jam position.
So interesting move by Keweenaw.
Calling the jam while the other team has a jammer in the penalty box, putting Kim Kong in.
Yeah, they called that jam off to get some fresh legs in there, it looks like.
Kim Kong on the approach. Dr. Jean Splicer doing the defense solo out front as best she can. Kim Kong makes it through, picking up 4 points. Slayer is back.
Wow, she just took a huge wallop on the outside, shrugged it off, and kept going.
She made herself known.
Yeah.
Good 8 points for Keweenaw there.
Well, you ever wonder how Grand Raggidy Roller Derby skaters stay so fit when they're on the track? Well, they have GR Strength Underground to thank for all that. Stuart Orr offers personal training to all the skaters to keep them hitting hard on the track. You can look him up. Once again, that's Stu at GR Strength Underground on Facebook.
Astro Meow, the first jam for Grand Raggidy tonight. Up against 7-5-3 Sumi Slammer for Keweenaw, and who is the lead jammer? Sumi Slammer. Oh, that rhymes. Feels good. Astro Meow trying to scoot by on the inside.
Well, the birthday girl got dropped on the inside line, is having to go back and start again.
Carrie Napalm and Nigel Slamalot and the gang are holding back Keweenaw. Asteroid out on her own, holding the last bit. Keweenaw breaks through, picking up some points.
Astro Meow out on their initial pass. That was a big old hit. You see that? That's one way to make the jammer call it off.
Absolutely. Glad it wasn't me.
We still, both of us would probably still be down there. We get a hit like that.
We are going to have a need for some more halftime volunteers. If you want to be involved in a sleeping bag relay, we're looking for teams of 2. Get ready for more action and prizes.
And this jam is on. We've got Sumi Slammer out there for Keweenaw and Hit Squeak.
Hit Squeak is the lead jammer. Looks like there's been a star pass to Luna for Keweenaw.
Two points being picked up by Hit Squeak. So right now
if you're still confused about what's happening on this track out here, do take a look. Vanessa has a sign that says, "Ask me about Derby." Would love to answer all your Derby questions. Oh, there's another one over there too. Oh yeah, Bear's over there too. There's 2 people. They're ready to talk to you about their passion. It's roller derby. Their passion is roller derby, just to be clear. Here we go. Random NPC for Keweenaw, Buffy the Jampire, Skater. Battling it out. Sneaks through. Buffy's the lead jammer. Star pass for Keweenaw.
They've got a star pass, but Anna Steele, a swing and a miss. You know, I gotta say that Starbuck is quite lucky to be missed by that big old hit.
Buffy calls it off before Starbuck reaches the pack.
3 points being picked up. We've got right now got an 8-point difference between these 2 teams. Still 12 minutes left in this first half.
Slayer Taylor for Grand Raggidy and Kim Kong. Slayer Taylor is the lead jammer.
Slayer Taylor's looking great out there tonight.
Kim Kong on her tail.
Kim Kong in hot pursuit. Slayer Taylor forced to call it off.
These are our tape crew for keeping the track safe as well, making sure nobody trips over rogue tape. Takes a village, y'all. If you want to get involved, go to grandraggidy.com. Find out how you can contribute to your local roller derby. Izzy Hansey for Grand Raggidy. Kim Kong again for Keweenaw. Izzy Hansey out front as the lead jammer.
Kim Kong out there again, once trying to force their way through, gets knocked out on the inside line.
Oh. Kim Kong breaks free for Keweenaw.
It's getting rough out there. And, you know, I'd like to give a special thanks, speaking of which, to University of Michigan Health Sports Medicine, and that's with Dr. K and their wonderful support staff to get the skaters back on the track as quickly as possible. They help us at 1310 East Beltline Avenue, Southeast Grand Rapids, as well as provide our medical coverage during the game. Once again, that's University of Michigan Health, West Sports Medicine, and Dr. K.
Right. And again, shout out to Dr. Ibrahim and She-Rex for supporting us today on the track. Keep our medical needs at bay. Keweenaw out front with the lead jam. Starbuck. But Hit Squeak is picking up the pace.
Both jammers do get in there and engage. Fists in the air for solidarity.
Splicer and Scary working together to hold that Starbuck back on that one.
Well, now with just under 10 minutes left in this first half, we've got a score of 23-19. Attack is trailing, but only by 4 points.
It's going to be one of those games.
It is. Love these games. Buffy out there trying to get through, gets knocked down on the inside line and drugged back.
Woo. Starbuck, the lead jammer. Buffy's showing a lot of spirit, falling down, popping right back up. All right.
Out of play, destruction call is going to be called. And it looks like a multiplayer is also going to be called. That's going to be on Sumi Slammer.
That is taking a little bit of the defense away from Keweenaw on that one.
But not before 3 more points is picked up by Keweenaw.
Well, thanks to our skating reps for this game, the Great Cornholio, Han Slow-Mo, Moxie Tosin, Booty Fett, Cutter, Catastrophe Steve, Daddy Pants, and our alternate Silo. We got a lot of volunteers that make this sport happen. Random NPC for Keweenaw with Slayer Taylor again for Grand Raggidy. Random NPC on the outside, moving quick. Slayer Taylor out as well. Oh, Gene Splicer heading to the penalty box, evening things up a little bit.
Wow, what a great move. Caught him looking, did a nice juke to the outside, the top of the apex, picks up 4 points. And that's going to push that score up to 30 over Attack at 19.
Our NSOs are people to thank as well. That's non-skating officials. We've got Radar and Crossfire, Phil Hambone, BJ Tallywhacker, Reckless Rose, Evil, Vertigo, Scully all managing the penalty box for us. Johnny Crash for Keweenaw with Hit Squeak out as the lead jammer.
But not before Hit Squeak runs out of the turn 1 to become that lead jammer.
That's right.
Oh! No, they actually picked up a forearm penalty. So now it is a power jam that's going to be in Johnny Crash's favor.
Let's see what Anno Steel and Asteroid and Night of Slam-A-Lot can do. Johnny Crash breaks through.
Here comes the offense from Keweenaw. Kind of a cluster over there, and Johnny Crash knocked out in the straightaway.
Hit Squeak entered the track just before that jam got called off.
Bear over there hyping up the crowd, and you better get excited. We are going to have an official review, or excuse me, an official timeout. My apologies. They are just want to make sure that they get the calls all right, the points all scored, and any penalties assessed, tallied over on the sideline. So they're just having a quick little conversation, and we are going to get the action back underway. If you haven't visited some of our vendors, well, we've got a halftime coming up in 5 whole minutes, and that means you can go over and check out some great stuff that we've got to offer. Violet Spicy Teas. They have shirts and armbands and all kinds of fun things that you can get. They'll print them on that shirt and get them right over to you. They also have a bargain bin sitting out front where you can pick up some cheap shirts and help her clean out of her inventory. You definitely want to check it out. There's also the Pink Possum. They're a locally owned business that sells handmade novelty candles and all-natural skincare products. So you can have nice-smelling things and nice-smelling skin.
I do like to smell nice.
Not me. I like to stank. Keep it stanky. All right, Teal Moon is also over there. They have original paintings and prints and designs, block prints and bags of hand card original designs. So you want to check out, there's some great art over there and you really want to be part of it. Last one I'm going to bring up is Arctic Freeze Candy. All of your favorite candies as a kid freeze dried to enjoy that will melt in your mouth for fun.
Back in action on the track, we've got Sumi Slammer for Keweenaw up against Astro Meow for Grand Raggidy. Sumi Slammer is the lead jammer for Keweenaw. Astro Meow still trying to break through as Sumi Slammer picks up a full 4 points. Astro Meow passes the star to Scary Magdalene now to take the helm for Grand Raggidy, seeing what she can do to break free.
Oh, Scary knows a thing about jamming once or twice.
Scary breaks through.
Excellent work in the back. Edith Puncher, had that jammer locked down and finally lost their balance and was thrown to the deck.
Sumi calls that one off before Scary can make the approach.
Well, Scary was clearly scaring the heck out of her.
That's right.
I mean, just coming around the corner like that, that'd be scary to me.
I know from personal experience. To be afraid. Be very afraid.
Oh, boy.
8 points in that jam for Keweenaw. Empty penalty box. Buffy the Jampire Skater. Kim Kong.
Oh, what a beautiful move coming around the corner.
Breaks out, but goes down in the process, making room for Kim Kong to set the pace a little bit.
Wise move. Buffy was lead. They did get out first, lost their balance, did take a knee, got back up, but not before the opposing jammer did get out. So that's a smart move to call it off to avoid losing any points in that situation. 25 points now separating these two teams, and we've got 3.5 minutes left in this first half.
Don't forget about our halftime game that you want to join in on, our sleeping bag relay. 4 teams of 8 people, or 2 people each, 4 teams, math. And we're off. Taylor Slayer and Kim Kong. Back-to-back jams by Kim Kong here, but Slayer is the lead jammer for Grand Raggidy. Scary working there to keep Kim Kong back. Some good defense going on there.
That absolutely was great defense by both of those blockers, and the jammer did finally get through. Interesting. 1 point picked up on that. That brings the total for the attack team up to 20.
Not old enough to drink. But if you're old enough to drink, you might want to join us at City Built Brewing tonight after the game. Open till 12 a.m., food served till 11, gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian options. Grab a beer, some spirits, NA cocktails with your Grand Raggidy skaters and fans. Cetabuilt Brewing.
Izzy Hansy out there in a power jam. King Kong sitting right now in that penalty box for the next 30 seconds of their life.
Izzy Hansy has to really do some work to get through that wall of Keweenaw blockers, but she is out and headed around for a scoring pass. This is the
nice little battle along. Izzy Hansy gets a nice big hit. They shrug it off.
Yes.
What a
Woo! Brute strength and speed on the inside. Izzy Hansy picking up 4 points.
What a great move on that
Kim Kong
inside
is back
line.
into it and feels what it's like to have Anno Steel knock you over.
Another thing I would not like.
Nope, I'm not hoping that ever happens in my life. Kim
Izzy
Kong
Hansy on the
breaks
deck.
out finally.
Calls it off.
That was a physical way to earn 4 points. I'll tell you that.
Oh, got another 2 at the very end of that. So that brings their total up to 26.
Okay, we got about a minute left here in the first period. These skaters are feeling it. They could use a little energy right now, so why don't we offer some love and affection? I think y'all got more than that. Again, Kim Kong, empty penalty box. Hit squeak for Grand Raggidy.
Hit squeak right now, trying to battle their way right past the pivot line into corner number 1.
Kim Kong is the lead jammer for Keweenaw, as Hit Squeak has to cycle back for being pushed out. Grand Raggidy's blockers regrouping. Kim makes it through. Hit Squeak goes down, pops up.
Wow, just a barrage of hits. And the hits keep on coming.
Oh.
Hit squeak is knocked out of bounds at the top of the apex between 3 and 4.
Kim Kong taking a breath, trying to set up and find another way around as Kim Kong breaks through. Hit Squeak, I mean. It's a lot of names. It's a lot of words.
Kim Kong calls it off as his squeak was coming around. 4 more points put on the board for them. That will bring their total to 52. I wasn't going to say it till I saw it.
That's right. And that's going to bring us to intermission.
My name is Red 40. I started basic training in October of 2024 and I just got my Green Star last month. I think roller derby has had a really positive effect on myself and my routine. I was looking for something to get me out of the house, off my phone, off my bed, off my couch, and I've found something I can rely on going to multiple times a week to challenge my mind, challenge my body, and I really appreciate that. I felt very welcomed as a new skater. I never felt uncomfortable coming to practice. I was lucky enough to have someone else in my life who was willing to come and try out BT with me, so that was awesome. Something I appreciated when I started BT is that I never felt pressured to do more than I was ready for. There's a really concrete system of progressing throughout the skills that you need to play roller derby, and I always felt like I was ready for the next step. If you are on the fence about signing up for roller derby, I think you should try it. Worst case scenario, you don't like it and you go home. Best case scenario, you find something really fun to do and you gain a bunch of new friends. Join roller derby.
Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
We got just over a minute till Roller Derby resumes for the second game from Grand Raggidy Attack versus Keweenaw Roller Derby. We're coming in with a score of 52-26. Let's see what happens after that refreshing break.
So interesting enough, 26 points now separate these two teams. Keweenaw had a little scoring flurry at the end of that first half to put themselves up quite comfortably, doubling the score of Attack. But knowing Attack and knowing how they play, I do expect a little bit of pushback to try and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, second half might as well be a start of a new game here.
Oh,
where
yeah.
Everybody's got their heads together, understand how the other players play a little bit.
And 26 points in the game of Roller Derby is not unsurmountable. It's actually quite a close game, and so I do expect there to be an opportunity for Attack. Well, the officials are chatting amongst themselves. They're trying to make sure everything is in order and ready to go before we get the second half started. Well, while we're waiting, I'd like to give a big shout out to Krigus Insurance is a family-owned and operated independent insurance agency located in Ionia, serving Michigan for nearly 45 years. As an independent agency, they shop and compare the best insurance options across multiple carriers on your behalf to find the best combination of coverage and cost. You can call, email, or stop by for a quote. Once again, that is Krigus Insurance, right there in Ionia.
And we are off into the second period of this game. Buffy the Vampire Skater for Grand Raggidy with random NPC for Keweenaw. And it looks like Buffy is the lead jammer. Random NPC is out of the pack as well. Oh, track cut call on NPC. This is going to be a GR Strength Underground Power Jam for Grand Raggidy. Cherry trying to help make some room for Buffy to make their way through. She scoots out.
That was a great move to avoid that last blocker right there, scooping themselves around in turn 4 to get those extra points. And Steele trying to play a little bit of offense, comes in and rock that wall a little bit.
Random NPC coming back to put some pressure on. Putting the defense of Grand Raggidy to work back there. Slam-A-Lot, Cherry, and Asteroid.
Johnny Crash picking up a forearm call. And then followed that up with a, I think that was Kim Kong, picking up an out-of-play penalty.
Random NPC breaks through as well. Slam-A-Lot trying to guide Buffy through the blockers. Calls it off.
3 more points being picked up. That's an 11-point jam for Grand Raggidy Attack.
Anything could happen, folks. We said it. We're getting set up for the next jam here with Slayer Taylor, Kim Kong.
Now only 15 points separating these two teams. Now you knew they were going to come in and fight strong.
Slayer has 2 blockers to work through as 2 of the blockers for Keweenaw warm the penalty box up a little bit.
Woo!
A little fancy footwork. Slayer's out, but Kim Kong is out as well. Oh. Kim Kong is the lead. Calls it off.
Yep. Well, both jammers are now back out on the track. Both teams are at full strength with 4-on-4 for the blocking war. And we're going to see Izzy Hansy out there for attack.
Kim Kong again for Keweenaw Roller Derby.
Kim Kong taking that inside, swoops back to the middle. Flurry of hits coming their way. Izzy Hansy is your lead. It's going to be a foot race, and Izzy Hansy decides to call it off as Kim Kong was not going to let them get in front, and Kim Kong wanted to score some points.
Right.
So you may be asking yourself, how do those rough and tumble athletes of Grand Raggidy Roller Derby keep their pearly white smiles intact? Well, they've got O'Brien and Elson. That's a dentistry right here in Grand Rapids. I'll tell you more in a minute.
Here we go, hit squeak. Sliding out of bounds as Kim Kong takes the inside and is the lead jammer for Keweenaw. Hit squeak around the outside, breaks through. As Kim Kong calls it off after putting a few points.
Gene Spicer had some nice defense down there, engaged that jammer on the inside line single-handedly, and slowed him down for, I don't know, a good 3 to 4 seconds before they got shoved off and allowed the jammer to pick up those points. But it was impressive defense down there nonetheless. So I was telling you all about O'Brien and Elson Dentistry. That is how Grand Raggidy has their awesome teeth underneath those mouth guards they have.
Sumi Slammer was fast off the line with some energy. Is the lead jammer.
Beautiful offense being played on the, or defense being played on the inside to open up the hole and allow that jammer Buffy to get through for attack. Right now we've got a score of 60 to 37. Keweenaw up in front.
Slayer Taylor for Grand Raggidy back in the jam line with Sumi Slammer for Keweenaw. Slay having a cycle back after stepping on the inside. Sumi around the outside.
Oh, Slayer Taylor picking up a forearm call. That is going to give Keweenaw a power jam.
Grand Raggidy trying to build a wall to slow down Sumi Slammer as Keweenaw makes room. Dr. Gene Splicer taking down the Sumi Slammer.
Gene Splicer with a beautiful hit on that outside in turn 3, knocking down that jammer and allowing her team to come up and play defense.
Darth Skater hanging on to the last moment possible, trying to hold back Sumi Slammer, but Slayer has entered the game. And Sumi Slammer calls off that jam. Don't forget, if you love this roller derby action you are seeing tonight, you can continue to join us to celebrate the 20th anniversary season of Grand Raggidy with the next home game here at Jam Sports on May 17th.
Aw, yeah.
Yeah. Kim Kong and Hit Squeak.
Nice slow start. Hit Squeak, one blocker left to beat. Oh, taken to the outside. Oh, all the jammers are getting knocked to the outside.
You notice this is a physical sport. Hit Squeak is free of the pack. Kim Kong getting caught up for a moment behind Grand Raggidy's defense. Calls off the jam.
Absolutely ricocheting off of every blocker in that pack to make their way through, but did pick up 4 points the hard way, in my opinion.
Underway here with Izzy Hansey and Kim Kong.
Ooh, Izzy Hansey finds an open lane on the outside. They are out.
Kim Kong slips in as Starbuck made some work of Izzy Hansey coming around that corner.
Forcing that call off. So, in case you haven't been wearing your cool Grand Raggidy gear, now's the time. You can run right over there. We've got all kinds of shirts, hats, and other cool apparel that can make you cool while you're watching the game. So make sure you get over there, check out all the Grand Raggidy merch, and definitely pick yourself up some. Buffy and Random NPC. Those are your jammers out there right now. Oh, Buffy had a nice little move to the out, but then gets tripped up. Random NPC absolutely snuffed out on the inside line by
Buffy
Slam-A-Lot.
is the lead jammer for Grand Raggidy. Random NPC breaks free for Keweenaw.
Buffy is down.
Buffy calls off that jam.
But not before taking up 2 points. That brings them up to 39.
Tight wall of blockers there. A big hit from Slayer Taylor on the inside, claiming the lead jammer spot for Grand Raggidy.
There's a cat pass, and that is going to be now Starbuck, who is your jammer for Keweenaw.
Slayer calling it off. 4 Starbuck makes it to the line. Sweet TNT heads to the penalty box for a directional penalty.
And another 2 points being put on the board for Slayer.
We've got a lot of game left here in this second period. Hits quick off the line, and lead jammer immediately after the whistle.
Wow, that was quick. That hole opened on the inside, and they were gone.
Sumi Slammer is out and on the move as well for Keweenaw.
That squeak is through.
Hit squeak,
Picks up
slides
their points.
through.
Calls off that jam. Holy smokes. That was intense. 4 points being picked up by Hit Squeak.
That's what happens when the timing all comes together.
Love it when a plan comes together. So, you know, we got a skater fundraiser, and you can go over there right now, and you can grab some skater-made goods. They're various baked goods, arts, and crafts, and all the proceeds go to the league because, you know, we're not paid to do this. We do this out of love. So, help support your skaters and get some really good munchy food while you're at it.
Astro Meow and Kim Kong are jamming this jam. Kim Kong is out on the outside as the lead jammer for Keweenaw. Astro Meow still trying to find a way through the pack. As Kim Kong slides and breaks apart the Grand Raggidy defense. They're over here just making sure that everyone's safe while still trying to play the game. Some good sports personship happening.
Edith Puncher did a nice little bit of moving people around. Red 40, first game.
Red 40.
She's got a cap on.
That's
Holy
right, let's
smokes.
go. I think they were afraid of Red 40's first jam experience in a game.
I bet you that got the heart a pumping.
Full contingent on the track again. Kim Kong, Buffy the Jampire skater. We're off and running.
Oh, wow. What a nice Kim Kong just
And
run.
Steele sneaking up in the front, trying to slow down Kim Kong, but it doesn't work.
Brutal hit on the top of the apex, knocking
That's
out.
right.
Hit Buffy.
Buffy went head over heels, but popped right back up and is out of the pack as well.
Kim Kong down in the straightaway. Anna Steele's got a hip on them, glides them out of bounds, and they say, no more, I give. Calling this jam off.
3 more points on the board for Keweenaw. Bringing the game to 83-45. About 15 minutes left in the second period.
So we have a nonprofit that we have been supporting this entire game, Revive and Thrive Project. And, you know, they have been taking some donations. We got a lot of them over there. If you would like to donate, and I strongly suggest you do, they do have a QR code that you can use to donate to the cause. Go check them out. That's Revive and Thrive.
Rider jam is underway. Slayer almost out on the inside. Took a tumble. Had to recycle back. Starbuck still grinding it out behind the Grand Raggidy defense. Darth Skater and Edith Puncher making her work. Got a forearm call on Edith Puncher.
Wow, Gene Splicer.
Gene Splicer, Darth Skater, scary. This defense line is really making Keweenaw work this time around.
Gene Splicer did a great job holding on, but once again, I think they just got tripped up, possibly on the opposing skater, and that was great.
Starbuck right into the middle of the mix of Grand Raggidy again, but breaks through, picking up 4 points.
So that was really, really intense defense. coming off of random NPC to open everything up. Oh, no!
Slayer just breaks out and gets sent to the penalty box again.
I believe that was a forearm call, and that's going to put them right back in there.
2 penalties in 1 jam. Starbuck calls it off. That means they want it. Means they're playing hard. Stuff happens. Getting aggressive out there.
We have an official timeout real quick. Sometimes players get rocked and have to take a knee. We are going to get back underway. Right now, we've got a score of 91-45. Keweenaw is out in front. We got 13 minutes left in this game. We've got Kim Kong going against Slayer Taylor. Slayer Taylor, of course, starting in the penalty box on giving a power start up for Kim Kong. Kim Kong is out first as your lead jammer. Kim Kong coming around the corner, calling out that offense. First line of defense they come engaged with is Asteroid. Slayer comes in after serving their penalty, rocks their way through, and they are out of the pack on their initial pass. Kim Kong gets out, picks up 4 points, and calls this jam off. There will be a slight pack advantage benefiting the Grand Raggidy attack. Only 3 blockers out there for Keweenaw. Izzy Hands are out there for GR. And Sumi Slammer. Izzy Hands, he gets out on the inside line, dancing up that little thing like a tightrope. We have a cap pass, and that is going to give Starbuck the star for Keweenaw. Three points being put up for attack on that absolutely stunning move to exit the pack. That was a great move to get out of there. Hit Squeak and Johnny Crash. Those are your jammers out there. Hit Squeak trying to get up the outside line. 1 blocker left to beat it. Hit Squeak is your lead jammer. Johnny Crash getting locked down by Anna Steele. Cat pass over the top, and Luna Stormborn with a star for the first time. Hit Squeak gets through, calls off this jam, picks up 4 points. 95-52 with 10 and a half minutes left in this game. I'm here to remind you that if you don't have plans after the game, guess what? We've got them for you. It's the Garage Bar and Grill. They're open till 2. The back area is reserved for Derby teams and fans. head on down to the garage bar and party a little bit with us, won't you? And just like that, Kim Kong is out in turn 1. Buffy still struggling to get through. 1 blocker, 2 blockers now. The entire squad of blockers to beat, but Buffy is still trying to get through. Kim Kong made their way around, engages that wall, knocking down blockers on their way, picks up 4 points. Ooh, nice big hit coming down. Asteroid gets rocked. 4 points being picked up, make that 6 points being picked up by Keweenaw, and that is going to bring their total to 101. Slayer Taylor out there as your jammer for attack, going up against Kim Kong. Kim Kong having an absolute stunning evening. Slayer Taylor trying to fight their way through. 1 blocker left to beat as they hit the top of the apex. 2 now holding them in. Slayer Taylor, that's your lead jammer. Kim Kong picking up an infraction, so we are now in a power jam. Offense coming. Slayer Taylor leveling blocker as they get through. Three more points being picked up by Slayer. That's going to bring attack score to 55. There was a lot of action going down there. I was going to try to give a recount of all the blockers getting knocked down, but I didn't have all the words for that. That was how many people were getting knocked around. Absolute great game having here. We've got 7.5 minutes left. Keweenaw up in front. Hit Squeak is out there trying to get through. Random NPC, that's the jammer for Keweenaw. Hit Squeak is your lead jammer. Hit Squeak finds a hole. Ricochets off at the top of the apex. Random NPC finally finds an exit hole. Should be get out on their initial pass. Hit Squeak calls it off and picks up 1 point for their efforts. Very slow start right here. Buffy, the Jampire Slayer, going up against Starbuck. Ooh, Buffy gets knocked out of bounds with a last-ditch effort, and they're taking them all the way back to the jam line. Nice defense being played out there. That was Sumi Slammer, last line. Hung up Buffy for a minute, but Buffy is out as your lead jammer. Slam-A-Lot holding on to that Starbuck on the inside at the top of the apex. Excellent movement by everybody. Cherry and Napalm knocking them out, dragging them back. Buffy out already scoring 4 points. Opposing jammer Starbucks still on their initial pass. One blocker left to beat. Johnny Crash comes in and gives a little love tap. Finally, Starbuck gets out of the pass on their initial pass. Buffy is down, calls it off, but not before 8 points being scored in that jam. "37 points now separating these two teams. 101-64. Attack has come up with an answer, and they've held them scoreless for the last few jams. Izzy Hansy comes out the other side very quickly. Again, Attack is your lead. Izzy Hansy picking up 4 quick points. And 4 points being put on the board for Keweenaw. Kim Kong once again as your jammer for Keweenaw. Slayer Taylor out there again. Slayer Taylor on the top of the apex trying to find their way through, gets dumped.
Kim Kong is out of the pack. Picking up the pace as Slayer Taylor tries to break through. Oh, Kim Kong takes out Taylor Slayer on that last corner.
I always like that jammer, aggression towards each other.
Going for it.
It's one thing when blockers are doing it, but when the jammers get into it, I love it. Forearm being called, Asteroid getting an infraction and heading to the penalty box.
Kim Kong trying to slip around, slam a lot, makes her way through for another 4.
This jam does come to an end. 12 points being put up by Keweenaw. 3 points being put up by Attack. Kim Kong having a heck of a game here.
A couple minutes left on the clock. 117-71. Got a hit squeak coming to the line. Grand Raggidy.
Time out on the track for Attack. And I'm here to remind you one more time, if you don't have plans, we got them for you, man. Garage Bar and Grill, open till 2 a.m. The whole back area is reserved for derby skaters and the fans. You can pick up vegan options, gluten-free options, non-alcoholic, or fully alcoholic if you're like my good buddy over here. But you can also come and hang out, most importantly, with all of the awesome people who are involved with the derby community and learn more if you want to. We're always looking for new volunteers or new skaters, and we've got a new skater orientation coming up in just a few short weeks. So if you want to get involved with the action, get on down to the Garage Bar tonight. Let's start a conversation and have a great time. Hit squeak is off, engages the pack, and is out
Squeak
the
is
other side.
On the move. Starbuck breaks through as well.
Hit squeak gets in, eking a few points out here and there, and calls it off. 2 points being put up on the board, bringing their total to 73.
Some serious roller derby action happening tonight. Everybody is working hard on the track. I want to hear it for all these skaters. Y'all got more than that. There's 1 minute-ish left on the clock.
Oh, and we have an official review. You know, that's what happens when you hype them up. Official timeout. Official timeout. The officials love it when we get with the crowd all riled up like that. They're officially saying no. Yeah, we got to give our love, though, to the refs, because, you know, without them, we can't play the game. So let's get some cheering going for the refs crews. They really are some great people, you know. I know as a coach, sometimes I go out there and gripe about this and gripe about that, but man, these guys are on it. Big love.
Buffy the Jampire, skater for the attack. Random NPC jamming for Keweenaw.
Oh, wow. Buffy is up there at the top of the apex. Big hit. Holy smokes.
Buffy slides around and is the lead jammer.
Amelia Hitzhart was the one delivering that gigantic blow, but Buffy somehow shrugged it off and kept going.
Anno Steele and Cherry holding back Random NPC at this point. Buffy gets a track cut.
Oh, a track
I
cut.
believe,
Oh.
And heads to the penalty box for this. Looks like this might be our. Let's see what Grand Raggidy does to hold him back. Luna Stormborn breaks out. A minute left on the jam clock.
Look at Keweenaw is all ready to play that offense to try to get their jammer free. Big hits coming from the front, from the back. They're trying to clear out a hole. Grand Raggidy doing a nice job recovering.
That's right, not going to let it happen. Asteroid, Cherry Napalm, and Anno Steele using the whole track as Buffy returns and scoots on by. One jammer left. Pick it up for
Cherry Napalm aggressively taking out that jammer, picks up a forearm, but it was a good effort containing that jammer.
Buffy making another scoring pass.
Direction to play penalty, and that is going to be on number 77, Scrambled Legs.
What a way to go. One more blocker. And that is how the clock runs out with a huge jam from Buffy the Jampire skater.
That was a great game. Both teams came out here swinging. They kept it close, they kept it respectable, and they played their hearts out. Everybody give them a big round of applause.
And line up at this orange line and show them some more love, too. Some high fives, sweaty. Everybody wants some derby sweaty high fives.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to go home smelling nice. You definitely want some derby sweat rubbed on your hands.
Again, we'll be back here at Jam Sports on May 17th, continuing the 20th season. Thank you. Great game, everybody.
All right, everybody, stick around for the MVPs, which Prince Loogie will be doing here very shortly.
Gonna need the teams to gather for a photograph together. Gonna need nominations for MVP jammers and blockers. Uh-oh. MVP jammer for Naptown got the wrong side. I know it is. Just make that. All right, I'm ready to announce the MVPs. Are you ready? Okay, pictures are happening, and then I'll announce the MVPs. Thanks all the fans for coming out, all the volunteers. They got the wrong one. Crossed out. You'll never see the back again. All right, for Keweenaw Roller Derby, as nominated by Grand Raggidy Attack, MVP blocker 112, Luna Stormborn. And MVP jammer number 4, Random NPC. Please make your way over to the announcers table for a photograph and some prizes. And the attack MVPs as nominated by Keweenaw, your MVP blocker, number 86, Ann O'Steele. And your MVP jammer, number 16, Hit Squeak.
All right, Derby fans, you don't have to go home, and I prefer you go to the garage bar, but it's time to wrap it up. Everybody have yourself a great night.